Hi there, could I just get everyone's attention just for a quick moment? Just wanted to draw your attention to page 2 of the program. Please note that photography is not permitted on the floor level, but as noted in page 2 of your program, a photo will be taken of each graduate on the platform, and between June 19th and September 19th, graduates will be able to download a print quality photo at that URL provided. Thank you.
Amplissime cancelari, placetni tibi at officium incipiat.
Plaquette.
Please remain standing for the prayer of invocation given by Reverend Wilfred Langmaid, UNB student advocate. Wilfred.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Just a few very general words before I begin, because most students don't normally see me wearing this hat literally or figuratively. When the graduates entered today, I had my right hand upraised as a blessing to you, and it is my prayer for you within my spiritual tradition. Similarly, our university elder, and she will certainly speak more to this, expressed her spiritual tradition. We respect everyone's spiritual tradition at the University of New Brunswick. And the invocation which I offer, I hope and pray will resonate deeply within you, because that's the only way that it's real and valuable. So if I can offer any general advice, develop an interior life of some sort if you don't have one now. For many, it will be within the context of your spirituality, but know yourself as the unique treasure that you are, and follow your passion as you have been so well guided during your years at the university. And this invocation will be largely silent, because I'm going to hold to the truth of the axiom, listen or your tongue will cause you to become deaf. In your own heart, in your own soul, think of this day. If you are a graduate, think of the people who have brought you here with thankfulness, with pride, with joy. Think of what you have brought to the table yourself over these years, with thankfulness, with pride, with joy. If you are a parent, if you are a soulmate, if you are a family member, if you are a professor, if you are a staff member, if you are a person who has guided this student on their way, well, that is why you are here. So for each of you, in a deeply personal way, reflect on this day and the blessings that you have been given. May this day and this moment be one of joy, thankfulness, and hope. And may we be blessed. Amen.
Please be seated. I will now call upon Imelda Purley, UNB's elder in residence, to deliver a traditional Wolastoq Maliseet welcome. Imelda.
Kulasi kolpa Wolastoq. Niet Neel in de belt, ja, gezien wil dit binnen mij gitaak me komen. Gilwa de gets, dat je wel een keer mene, dalo de Neel en gezien wel een keer me. Nullas weltem jud, chibem kiskak. Nullas weltem jud, choladwe wagen, gezien we kodazik. I welcome you to our traditional Wolastoq territory. I noticed that today there's some lawyers out there that I might ask some advice from. How do we get that traditional name back? But I wanted to You know, as I was getting prepared to come here today, the late Maya Angelou, one of her words were shared this morning, and I thought how appropriate for you students today. One of her famous quotes that I'm sure you've all memorized is, if you get, give. If you learn, teach. How I do the welcoming ceremony, I'm going to use my drum. The drum is a symbol of the heartbeat, the very first heartbeat that all of you heard within your mother's womb. Today, that drum, when it sounds, it calls the heartbeats of all the grandmothers before you and all the ones yet to come, those 7 generations before and after. So I will go to the 4 directions and call in each of those ancestors to come and guide you and bless you. As Reverend was saying when he raised his right hand to bless you, I rose my left where my heart is to honor you for the beautiful earth walk you're presenting today. I will now do the 4 directions. Jibeno Kewiak, Squabazik, would you come again to see where you'll take it? Umanekayo, that will as well come to at Dasigiska. Spirits from the east, bless each and every one of us here today so that we will always welcome each day as a blessing. Saunas no Kewiak, Gilwo na will Squabazik, Nakakujo Kemino, Mejmidan symbol to Mishun. Spirits from the south, come and fill our hearts with love like you did today, but may that hearts be filled every day and not just today. Kuskias no kayugni kanabazitit, Gilwo yuktaktilna bemonal the gato kalidahamania. Ancestors from the west, how proud you are today to have these generations that have followed you. Lot the grass no kawig, Gilwo nan wikudman and Mishmide Yinida Hazwagan, Wulida Hazwagan. Ancestors from the north, thank you for the joy of this beautiful day. Wuliwan.
Thank you, Elder Purley. My name is Eddie Campbell, and I'm the President and Vice Chancellor of the University of New Brunswick. I'd like to take a moment to introduce the platform party. I would ask that you hold your applause until the end. And members of the platform, when I call your name, please briefly stand. Joining me on this stage are T. William Atchison, Professor Emeritus, John Ball, Acting Dean of Arts, Ed Biden, Dean of Graduate Studies, David Burns, Vice President Research, Gwen Davies, Orator, Sarah Deverin, University Secretary, Captain Paul Dowling, Aide-de-Camp for the Lieutenant Governor of New Brunswick, Linda Iyer, Assistant Dean of Graduate Studies, Cindy Flan, Assistant Comptroller, Margaret Grant McGivney, a member of our Board of Governors and Executive Director of the Associated Alumni, David Hinton, our Registrar, Peter Kent, Professor Emeritus, Reverend Wilfred Langmaid, UNB Student Advocate, Craig Leonard, Minister of Energy and Mines and MLA for Fredericton Lincoln, Alison McCain, our Chancellor, Catherine McCain, Chair of UNB's Board of Governors, Imelda Purley, our Elder in Residence, Cynthia Stacey, Dean of Renaissance College, the Honorable Graydon Nicholas, Lieutenant Governor of New Brunswick, Anthony Secco, Vice President Fredericton Academic, Karen Taylor, President of UNB's Associated Alumni, William Stearns, Steve Vaughn Jr., Honorary Degree Recipient, Norm Whitney, Professor Emeritus, John Williamson, Dean of Law. Thank you all for being part of this special day. And thank you to all of you for gathering here on this beautiful day in this beautiful place. You look fabulous. History surrounds us today. Some 229 years ago, on the traditional lands of the Wolastoq and Mi'kmaq peoples, on this very spot, settlers found a home for their new place of learning. Out of the forest that still lines much of the hills behind me, they carved out a space for their School of Liberal Arts and Sciences. And from this beginning, the University of New Brunswick was born. It was very far from easy for the settlers of that day. They struggled through very harsh conditions just to stay alive. That during that struggle of those early days, that they focused on the need for higher education makes them wholly admirable. Today, as graduates of this institution, you follow in those early footsteps. Learning is a lifelong endeavor. It will not be something that stops once you leave us. As you embark on the exciting journey ahead of you, you will have some great moments, you will have some good moments, and you will have some bad moments. We very much hope the latter two will overshadow the third. But I urge you, as you go forward from these hallowed halls, to take risks. Step outside of your comfort zone. Embrace the opportunities that are sure to come your way. They will certainly not be in keeping with your original plans, but you never know what greatness or what happiness you will find by doing the unexpected. Do not be afraid to fail. Everyone is faced with failure at some point in their lives. We are meant to make mistakes, and we are meant to learn from them, just like the settlers who built this university. And you are now ambassadors of the future. Be an ambassador for the kind of world in which you desire to live. Congratulations to each and every one of you. Let me now draw your attention to page 16 of the program. The medals listed will be presented during our Encaenia ceremonies. All other medals and prizes appear below the recipient's name in the graduation list. Those medals and prizes will be presented at a faculty awards ceremony or can be picked up at the Financial Services Office in the IUC building. On behalf of the university, I wish to extend our congratulations to all of the recipients, and let me express from all of us the hope that you will maintain the high standards that you have demonstrated in qualifying for these awards for the rest of your lives. I will now ask the Vice President Fredericton Academic, Dr. Anthony Secco, to assist the Honourable Graydon Nicholas with the presentation of the medals. Tony.
The Douglas Gold Medal is UNB's oldest academic award. It was endowed by Sir Howard Douglas, the third Lieutenant Governor of the province, and was first presented in 1833. It is awarded for the best composition on any subject within the regular course of study pursued in the university. This year, the Douglas Gold Medal is awarded to Rebecca Danielle Steva in the Faculty of Arts for her composition, Childbirth, Sociosexual Deviance, and Racial Hierarchy, a comparison of European, Native, and African childbirth practices in the early modern era. Through the generosity of His Honor, the Lieutenant Governor, a silver medal is awarded each spring to the outstanding graduating student in each of the faculties on the Fredericton campus. At this ceremony, we will present the medals in Arts, Law, and Renaissance College. I would ask each recipient to come forward as your name is called to receive the medal from the Lieutenant Governor. Lieutenant Governor's silver medal in Arts is awarded to Julian Nielsen Varty. The Lieutenant Governor's Silver Medal for Renaissance College is awarded to Kaylee Elizabeth Reed. The Lieutenant Governor's Silver Medal in Law is awarded to Jenny Elizabeth Curry Pick.
We will now proceed to the conferring of an honorary degree. The recipient will be presented by the University Orator, Dr. Gwen Davies. Gwen.
William Stearns Steve Vaughn, Jr., to be Doctor of Laws, honoris causa. Highly respected as one of Canada's leading experts in mining law, William Stearns Vaughn, known to his friends as Steve, has in many ways defined this field over the past 4 decades. Combining his education and expertise in geology with his legal training, he has created a unique body of knowledge that has enabled him to represent Canadian interests all over the world. He has negotiated agreements not only for mining projects, but also for the oil and gas, geothermal, coal bed methane, and nuclear industries. In recent years, also extending his practice into the investigation of mining fraud and corruption. The Lexpert American Lawyer's Guide has identified him as one of the 500 leading lawyers in Canada. And he has also been listed as one of the outstanding Canadian experts on mining law in the international who's who of business lawyers, as one of the best project, finance, and energy natural resources lawyers in Canada in Legal Media Group, Euromoney Institutional Investor, and as receiving the highest peer review rating awarded to a lawyer for legal skills and a sense of ethics in AV Preeminent Peer Review Rated by Martindale-Hubbell. A native of Fredericton, Steve Vaughn received a Bachelor of Science in Geology from UNB in 1959, a Master's in Geology from McGill in 1962, and a law degree from the University of New Brunswick in 1965. Called to the bar in New Brunswick in 1965 and in Ontario in 1967, he has practiced in Ontario with the law firms of Aird and Bairless, Macmillan Binch, Heenan Blakey, and most recently, Dorsey and Whitney, advising industry and governments in more than 65 countries on issues ranging from mineral strategy, mining taxation, and over-the-counter trading to nuclear issues and natural resources law. During that period, he has also been a member or director of numerous professional and trade associations, including the Toronto branch of the Canadian Institute of Mining, Metallurgy and Petroleum, the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada, and the Joint Toronto Stock Exchange Ontario Securities Commission Mining Standards Task Force. And he has served as a director on various boards, including Algoma Central Corporation, Atomic Energy of Canada Limited, Apollo Gold Corporation, and Western Troy Capital Resources. He has also published on natural resource financing, mining, international due diligence, and related securities law issues in venues such as the Canadian Institute, the Law Society of Upper Canada, the Prospectors and Developers Association of Canada, and the Conference Board of Canada. In the midst of this extraordinary international career, Steve Vaughn has always made time for his home province and university. He has acted as an informal advisor to the UNB Department of Geology, now renamed the Department of Earth Sciences, and the university as a whole, bringing his expertise to bear by identifying new areas of study, such as economic geology, the need for increased emphasis on recruitment and job placement, and possibilities for collaborative research opportunities, for example, with the mining industry in new markets such as Mongolia. He has contributed significantly to the Ken Vaughan Memorial Scholarship in Civil Engineering, honoring the memory of his late brother, and to the Faculty of Law Heritage Fund. In 1994, he received the first ever Alumni Achievement Award from the Faculty of Science. For his truly exceptional national and international achievements and reputation in the field of mining law, and for his outstanding dedication to his alma mater, it is now the great privilege of the University of New Brunswick to award William Stearns Steve Vaughan a Doctor of Laws honoris causa. Insignissime praeses, amplissime cancelleri, tota universitas, praesento vobis Guillermum Stearns Vaughan, ut habitator honoris causa ad gradum doctoris in utrica jura in hac universitata.
Ego admitto te, Guillermum Stearns Vaughan, honoris causa ad gradum doctoris in utroque jure in Universitati Novi Brunswicki. It is now my privilege and a great pleasure to invite Dr. Steve Vaughan to address this Encaenia. Steve.
Your Honor, Mr. Chancellor, members of the Board of Governors, Mr. President and Vice Chancellor, distinguished members of the faculty, fellow graduates, and honorable guests, I am honored to have this opportunity to address you today. As graduates, you are to be congratulated for your achievements, which I am certain were far more difficult to achieve than when I graduated, only because the world is far more complex, and to graduate today requires much more fundamental academic knowledge than it did in 1959 when I received my undergraduate degree. I recall my first Encaenia and how long the ceremony took. At that time, there were less than 1,500 students at UNB, with a graduating class of approximately 300. The day was hot, and there was no effective air conditioning at the Beaverbrook Arena and where the graduation ceremony was held. I thought Encaenia would never end. With that in mind, I promised this speech to be short and to the point. Graduates, we have something in common. We are the beneficiaries of graduating from a first-class academic institution which is nationally recognized and has growing international reputation for producing highly successful and quality graduates, not only for industry, but for academia also. You will be interested to know that the Canadian economy was booming in the spring of 1959 when I received my BSc in geology from UNB. At that time, all my fellow 22 geology classmates had 4 or 5 job offers each. But alas, by Christmas of that year, we were all working at Eaton's and Simpson's in Toronto, selling shoes or whatever else we could sell, as there was a major recession that fall. Similarly, when I finished law school at UNB in May of 1965, I was on a plane to Toronto within 3 hours of writing my last exam, as my employers demanded that I start work immediately. As the mining industry was going in a big boom in Ontario, with the discovery of the Texas Gulf sulfur mineral deposit, which had occurred 2 or 3 weeks before the exam started. This staking rush was the largest staking rush in the history of Canada at that time. Within 2 or 3 months after starting my articles at the Toronto law firm I was with, I had negotiated and drafted over 100 option, earn-in, and joint venture agreements, which are very complex agreements, but were the only way that mines could be financed at that time. My hands still bear the color of Gestetner ink, as I spent many, many hours drafting and printing copies of these agreements for execution. So much for antiquated technologies and dealing with toxic chemicals in Gestetner ink. Again, the economy had collapsed within a few months of my second start of my career, this time because of a massive fraud in the mining industry that came immediately after the Texas Gulf discovery. I recall both of these recessions as being longer and tougher than the 2008 and 2009 recession, which we've just had, and which is we have really not got out of anywhere in the world. I also recall my articling salary in 1965 of $100 a week, which netted me $92.16 after unemployment insurance and taxes. I requested that this be paid to me in cash in $2 bills, as it was a simple way to spread the money out on the bed at night and put it in small envelopes to meet my various budgeted items. Not only did I get a quality education in geology and law at UNB, I also got the benefit of participating in a highly organized athletic program at UNB, which taught me teamwork and led me in developing long-term lasting friendship with my fellow UNB graduates, most of whom were more successful in their respective careers than I have been. It proves the old adage that it is not what you know, but who you know also helps. Mac Watson, who received an honorary degree yesterday, and I go back to the same class at UNB, and Mac is one of the great mine finders of the world. I know he's discovered at least 5 ore bodies. To discover one is a work of genius, but to get that many tells you what a great mine finder he was, and still is for that matter. You would be interested in knowing that UNB geology graduates literally led the Canadian mining industry during the 70s through to the early 2000s. I recall calculating in 2005 that UNB geology graduates that I had known through my BSc years at UNB had discovered at that time over $5 billion worth of mineral deposits around the world. A staggering figure, which it's amazing. But that tells you what a great education we had in geology here at UNB. My friendship with my classmates, all of whom were industry leaders, led to lots of legal business for me and formed the basis of my legal practice to this day. The legal aspect of the mineral industry has led me into exciting challenges in over 65 countries since getting my call to the bar in 1965. Without UNB, none of this would have happened. I would like to acknowledge Dr. Graham McKenzie, Drs. Arnold McAllister and Ernie Hale of the Department of Geology at UNB, who instilled in me a passion for geology and the mineral industry. And I would also like to acknowledge Dean Ryan, Professors George McAllister and Alan Sinclair, as well as Mr. Justice Laforêt, all of them in the Faculty of Law at UNB when I was here, for instilling in me a passion for legal issues, particularly relating to the mining industry. Canadians do not understand that Canada has the largest and most technically competent mineral industry in the world. It is the only industry that I know where Canadians are world leaders. We are the world leaders in the mineral exploration and mine development industry, and not only that, we pioneered almost single-handedly and developed the science of geochemistry, geophysics, and the science and engineering technology in what is known as geomatics. People do not understand that in 1955, when I started geology, the province of New Brunswick was a great laboratory for the development of the science of geochemistry. It was pioneered in this province, and I had the opportunity during my summer jobs to work in geochemistry, and it was a new, exciting thing that has led to the discovery of many, many ore bodies around the world. These sciences and technologies Canadians are now exporting to the world and are helping many developing countries raise their standard of living by monetizing their respective mineral endowments. It is the direct and indirect tax revenues that the Canadian federal and provincial governments receive from the mineral industry and other Canadian natural resource industry that keeps the Canadian economy strong, particularly because of the large economic multiplier effect provided by the Canadian mineral and oil and gas industries. Notwithstanding the fact that the Canadian economy is not at the best at its present times, on relevant terms, Canada is a world leader, and in my opinion, Canada is weathering the economic storm that is around us very well, and its economy will bounce back with vengeance very shortly when we straighten out our problems of interprovincial trade. Now is the time to continue your formal education, now that you've finished this part of your formal education, and continue with more education, graduates, and get started into continuous learning programs in order to keep abreast of all new technologies and become more competent in the professional areas that you will work in. Science and technology are advancing at an accelerating speed, and it is vital for you and for Canada to be at the leading edge of all of this. I have learned that continuous education, a passion for your profession or chosen job, and focused hard work will give you purpose for your existence and a great deal of personal satisfaction that you are contributing to the betterment of mankind. The world is really round. There is opportunity everywhere, and you just have to recognize it and grab it in good economic times or in bad economic times. You can now leave this building knowing that thanks to the University of New Brunswick, you are well equipped to contribute to mankind and in making the world a better place for all of us to live. Congratulations and best wishes.
Thank you, Dr. Vaughan. I'm surprised and happy that you remember so many of the profs who helped you along the way. That's impressive. We will now proceed to the conferring of degrees in course. May I extend to all of you who will graduate today, on behalf of the entire university community, our warmest congratulations. When you first came here as a student, you joined the UNB family. And today, all of this family, your professors, the staff, fellow students, parents and friends, have gathered here to share in your pride at this most important milestone in your life. We're here to recognize your hard work and your sacrifice, and we are here to wish you every success for happiness in the future. We hope that you will always value what you have learned here, and that you will forever remember your alma mater with fondness and with affection. As each of you receives your degree today, you will be presented with a University of New Brunswick alumni pin by the UNB Associated Alumni. We will begin with the bachelor's degrees, to be followed by the master's and doctoral degrees. Candidates for the bachelor's degrees will be presented by the University Orator.
bachelor's degrees of arts, applied arts, laws, Juris Doctor, philosophy in interdisciplinary leadership studies, and integrated studies. The candidates will remain seated for the supplication. Insignissime praeses, amplissime cancellari, supplicant senatui et vic venerabili collegio gubernatorum, hi baccalaureus vel scholares in facultata artium, in facultata legis, in collegium restaurationis, quorum nomina ac studia iam riti cognitus sunt et promulgata, ut admittatur tantur ad proprium baccalauri gradum in sua quisque facultata.
Placetni vobis senatores, placetni gubernatores, ut hi supplicatoris admittantur.
The supplicants for all the bachelor's degrees will now stand for presentation by the orator and admission by the president. Insignissime praeses, amplissime cancellari, tota universitas, praesento vobis hosce supplicatores in supra dictis facultatibus, ut admittantur ad proprium baccalauri gradum in sua quisque facultate, testorca illos, coed omnia quae statuta nostra requirent, aptos et idoneos essa.
Ego emitto vos ad gradum baccalaureae in Universitati Novi Brunswicki.
You will now proceed in your assigned order onto the dais for individual acceptance. It's the Bachelor of Arts with Honors. The Acting Dean of Arts, Dr. John Ball, will present the Bachelor of Arts and Bachelor of Applied Arts diplomas. Lance Kenneth Blakeney. Kelsey Victoria Braun. Meredith Michael Francis Bryden. Brianna Catherine Carmichael. Lauren Elizabeth Cudmore. Alexander Joseph Donovan. Catherine Jane Felix. Kaylee Dawn Fillmore. Kaylin Wilson Fraser. Marissa Jane Fraser. William Lee Glencross. Edith Haas. Kyle Daniel Jodry. Annick France Levesque. Julie Ann Meyer. Sarah Margaret Michael. Katie Sarah Noonan. Heather Edith Race. Brandy Lee Riddick. Melanie Francis Secco. Stephanie Amanda Smar. Sarah Marie Evelyn Squires. Samantha Leigh Stewart. Rebecca Danielle Steva. Lindsay Megan Thibodeau. Julian Nielsen Varty. Nicole Elizabeth Wallace. Caitlin Ann Elliott. Morgan Lynn Greening. Mitchell Robert Rusi. Caitlin Morgan Lapper. The Bachelor of Arts. Laura Jean McGee. Kirsten Lynn Merrill. Jonathan Bernan. Emily Hannah Burton. Sarah Elizabeth Lyons. Samantha Marie Slip. Lucas Anthony Weber. Alexandria Mary Aitchison. Bria Stephanie Anderson. Kara Waifong Au. Kelsey Lynn Bateman. Edward Frank Bates. Kristen Janice Bourgon. Ellen Faye Boyd. Evan Robert Bradshaw. Brittany Sarah Case. Raymond Lawrence Carville. Melanie Taylor Chapman. Alicia Marie Chase. Brian Allen Wayne Tatton Cook. Rachel Lauren Crandall. Jonathan Michael Daly. Jacob Patrick Myron Davis. Jennifer Lynn Dion. Alan Gilbert Donovan. Jake Joseph Doucette. Whitney Noel Doucette. Samantha Dunham. Perry Everett Dykens. Caroline Karim El Kahuri. Jennifer Elizabeth Sarah Esty. Erica Lynn Foster. Jason Daniel Flores. David Michael Fox. Jared Daniel Fraser. Anne Elizabeth Goodyear. Natalie Laura Gould. William Thomas Haley. Andrew James Harriott. Samuel Bernard Manger Hudson. Brittany Laura Emma Hunter. Natasha Heather Ann Jarvis. Ashley Kathleen Jorgensen. Jasmina Kazik. Amanda Chantel Leger. Kaylee Elizabeth McDonald. Michael James McDonald. Christopher Luke McGinnis. Kelsey Anna Maloney. Emma Elizabeth Mansbridge. Madeline Margaret McCouche. Eric Francis McGarvey. Julia Nancy Ann McLaughlin. Lincoln Isabel Menzies. Neil James Morse. Jessica Joan Marie Murphy. David James Murray. Sarah Christie Aitchison Myatt. Aaron Christopher Noel. Jenny Elizabeth Louise Paul. Irena Elizabeth Pierce Drance. Jonathan Mark Piers. Patrick Murray Proctor. Emily Maria Ripley. Robert Roos. Brittany Cheyenne Rosborough. Laura Rita Rossett. Joshua Zachary Saunders. Jamie Elizabeth Steves. Emily Suzanne Sutherland. Sandy Sebastian Turnbull. Matthew Donald Vautour. Alexander Joseph Walsh. Victoria Lynn White. Marquita Lynn White. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Arts degree. Bachelor of Applied Arts, Melina Blair Mona Curry. Megan Lynn Marr. Julie Elise Gauguin. Christy Lynn Jenkins. Sarah Elaine Price. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Applied Arts degree. Bachelor of Laws. The Dean of Law, Professor John Williamson, will present the Bachelor of Laws and Juris Doctor diplomas. Diane Churchill. Peter Joseph Lamy. Juris Doctor Carolyn Rebecca Mouland. Jenny Elizabeth Curry Pick. Grace Ellen Piercy. Peter John Ashfield. Tracy Lynn Banier. Ryan Stevan Baxter. Marcus Raymond Howard Beasley. Daniel Boyle. Megan Patricia Brown. Charles Montrose Bryant. Owen David Burns. Justin Gordon John Keynes. Donald John Alfred Cameron. Elena Sue Campbell. Darren Rajesh Chauhan. Emily Ann Cochran. Anna Lynn Daniels. Nicholas Spencer Doyle. Dominique Joseph Foley. Oliver J. Gorman Azell. Charles Andrew Hashi. Jillian Ann Hewitt. Jeffrey Kenneth Hutchin. Kathleen Ember Hutchinson. Megan Jean Jago. Alana Kalinowski. Alexandra Kindervater. Emily June Kingdon. Joseph Meyerkowski. Kelly Lee Lester. Daniel James McKenzie. Megan Elizabeth Lynn McMaster. Andrea Sarah McNevin. Jonathan Gerald Mahoney. Myron Anthony Maliadair. Melissa Miles. Courtney Olivia Mills. Sarah Mozek. Andrew Christopher Moss. Matthew Moulton. Christine Etta Murray. Kelsey Ann O'Brien. Krista Pike. Leslie Pike. Joseph Roderick Potter. Michael Prang. Jessie Willow Christina Prest. Sarah Rebecca Reardon. Allison Jean Reed. William David Russell. Maggie Ann Shackleton. Megan Stephanie Shepard. Megan Margaret O'Brien Story. Justin Phillips Medilla. Madison Lorraine Tracy. Una Urosevic. Jane Alexandra Vino. Trevor Allen Wadden. Emily Renee Young. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Laws and Juris Doctor degrees. Bachelor of Philosophy, the Dean of Renaissance College, Dr. Cynthia Stacy, will present the Bachelor of Philosophy in Interdisciplinary Leadership Studies and Bachelor of Integrated Studies diplomas. Brittany Ann Barron. John Edward Connell. Blair Tony Duliger. Maya Kalaba. Karen Belize Noren. Andy Kathleen McDonald. Alicia Dawn McGrattan. Anna Lauren McLean. Kaylee Elizabeth Reed. Josie Ashton Shannon. Jillian Rennie Smith. Tess Alberta Francis Page. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Philosophy degree. Bachelor of Integrated Studies, Andrea Michelle Grassman. Timothy Sean Halfkenny. John Rodney Black. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Integrated Studies degree.
We shall now confer the master's degrees in course. The candidates will be presented by the Dean of Graduate Studies, Dr. Edmund Biden.
The master's degrees of arts and philosophy and policy studies. Candidates will remain seated for the supplication. Insignissime praeses, implicime cancellare, supplicant senatui et huic venerabili collegio gubernatorum, he baccalaureae vel scholaris in facultate artium, in collegium restaurationis, quorum nominis ac studia iam rite cognita sut et promulgata, ut admittanter ad proprium magistri gradum in sua quisque facultate.
Placetni vobis senatores, placetni gubernatores, uti supplicatores admittanter.
Placet. The supplicants for the aforesaid master's degrees will stand for presentation and admission by the President. Insignissime praeses, implicime cancellare, toti universitas, presento vobis hosca supplicatores in superdictus facultatibus, ut admittanter ad proprium magistri gradum in sua quisque facultate, testorque ilios quod omnia quae stratutra nostra requirant aptos et idonios esse.
Ego emito vos ad gradum magistri in Universitati Novi Brunswick.
You will now proceed in your assigned order onto the dais for individual acceptance. The Assistant Dean of Graduate Studies, Dr. Linda Eyre, will present the master's diplomas. Master of Arts, Lynette Adams. Nuran Hazem Hali. Jing Huang. Sasha John Paul. Master of Philosophy and Policy Studies, Lawrence David Frederick Blake. Daniel James McHardy. Master of Interdisciplinary Studies and Applied Health Services Research, Lillian Kubakur Manor. Master of Interdisciplinary Studies, Chandel Enid Goss. Rachel Waters. This concludes the master's degrees.
We shall now confer the degrees of Doctor of Philosophy. The candidates will be presented by Dr. Biden.
The degree Doctor of Philosophy candidates will stand for the supplication. Insignissime praeses, implicime cancellare, supplicant senatui et huic venerabili collegio gubernatorum. Olusegun Agdabidi, Interdisciplinary Studies. Kelly Bentley, Interdisciplinary Studies. Elise Michelle Boudreau, Clinical Psychology. Karen Nancy Sheila Hutton, Sociology. Mark Joseph McLaughlin, History. Mary Catherine Milliken, Sociology. Suzanne Mary O'Donnell, Interdisciplinary Studies. Brian Robert Allen Ross, English. Kenneth Allen Seaman, Interdisciplinary Studies. Angela Eileen Wisniewski, Sociology. Magistri vel baccalaureae ut admittanter ad gradum philosophiae doctoris.
Placeti vobis senatores, placeti gubernatores, uti supplicatores admittanter.
Placet. The candidates for the degree Doctor of Philosophy will come forward and stand before the dais for the admission. Insignissime praeses implicime cancellare tota universitas presento vobis husca supplicatoris ut admittanter ad gradum philosophiae doctoris testorque ilios quoad omnia quae statuto nostro requirant aptos et idonios esse.
Ego admitto vos ad gradum philosophiae doctoris in Universitati Novi Brunswicki.
You'll now proceed on to the dais for individual acceptance. Olusegun Adgabiti. Dr. Adgabiti worked on the measurement of turbulent flow, such as that downstream from a prosthetic heart valve using magnetic resonance imaging. His findings will contribute to improving our understanding of turbulent flow. Elise Boudreau, Clinical Psychology. Dr. Boudreau worked to improve the play skills of preschoolers with autism. Her findings will contribute to treatment approaches for children with autism. Karen Nancy Sheila Hutton, Sociology. Dr. Hutton investigated the history of Easter Island and the importance of ritual for cultural survival. Her findings will contribute to our understanding of the role of religion and ritual in human ecological relationships. Mark Joseph McLaughlin, History. Dr. McLaughlin investigated the development of the forest industries and forest management in New Brunswick from World War II to the early 1980s. His findings will contribute to the history of forestry in Canada and to policy discussions at the provincial and federal levels. Mary Catherine Milliken, Sociology. Dr. Milliken used CBC's English Language Services as a case study of its core principles since the early 1990s. Her research showed that its market focus has limited the potential to expand public service beyond traditional media and threatened the credibility and integrity of the CBC. Suzanne Mary O'Donnell, Interdisciplinary Studies. Dr. O'Donnell investigated men's experience of workplace bullying and has demonstrated that men need and want support to address bullying. Her findings will contribute to understanding and improving responses to workplace bullying. Brian Robert Allen Ross, English. Dr. Ross investigated representations of suburbia in English-Canadian literature. His findings will contribute to understanding the cultural significance of suburbia in Canada and suburbia's place in the Canadian literature. Kenneth Allen Seaman, Interdisciplinary Studies. Dr. Seaman investigated the physiological implications of hepatitis C viral infection during various forms of physical activity. His findings are the first to detail the physiological profile of patients with hepatitis C during physical activity. Angela Eileen Wisniewski, Sociology. Dr. Wisniewski investigated middle-aged women's reasons for weight loss dieting and strategies for avoiding exploitation by the weight loss industry. Her findings improve our understanding of the social forces that contribute to women's body image. This concludes the granting of degrees in course.
Let's have a round of applause.
Congratulations, graduates. Please note that an English translation of your diploma has been placed inside the folder behind the parchment. In 2011, on the occasion of UMB's 225th anniversary, a new tradition was introduced, the UMB coin. I'd like to thank all those who made this tradition possible, from the committee who worked hard to get the coin just right, to the associated alumni who made a significant financial contribution in support of the project. We hope this coin will carry your individual memories of a life-changing experience at UMB and serve as a reminder that when you combine an ambitious goal with personal dedication, you can attain anything. Maybe more importantly, let this coin be a symbol that you were, are, and will always be part of our family, the worldwide family of thousands of UMB alumni who work to better our world each and every day. We hope you hold your coin with pride. We are certainly very proud of you. We know you leave us with more knowledge, a greater sense of community, and the potential to make a significant difference in the quality of your own lives and the lives of those you touch as you take the next step in life's journey. Congratulations on a job well done, and I now invite representatives of UMB's faculty, staff, and alumni to present the 2014 UMB coin.
I will now call upon Karen Taylor, President of the UNB Associated Alumni, to deliver the Welcome to New Alumni. Karen.
Your Honor, Chancellor McCain, Board of Governors Chair McCain, President Campbell, guests and graduates. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed an honor to be in the company of such accomplished, happy, I see quite a few smiling faces out there, and perhaps somewhat relieved graduates, families, and friends. What a wonderful day this is. On behalf of the UNB Associated Alumni, may I offer a sincere congratulations to all of you on this, your graduation day. Although I've not had the pleasure of meeting many of you, although I did have the pleasure of shaking all your hands and wishing you welcome to the alumni, I would like to share a couple of my observations with you. Firstly, you are very effective decision makers. You chose to share your time, your talents, your knowledge, and your enthusiasm by being a student and now a graduate and alum of the University of New Brunswick. Secondly, you set your goals high and you achieve them. That is clearly evident today. As you move ahead on your journey, I share this quote from Anne Saddlemeyer, a Canadian scholar. Don't let anyone ever tell you that you cannot go through any particular door. Just be prepared to go through a door that leads to your goal. As an alumna or an alumnus of UNB, you are joining the ranks of many trailblazing women and men who also set their sights high and achieved amazing results. Thirdly, you appreciate the importance of celebrating your accomplishments and your successes. As a graduate of UNB, you will have many more successes and opportunities to celebrate as you go through your lives. Graduates of the University of New Brunswick make a significant difference in our world. Our alum are world-class researchers, entrepreneurs, educators, engineers, pioneers, and many, many more. You are now a member of this wonderful UNB family, and you will be so for the rest of your lives. It may come as a bit of a shock, but in case you didn't know it, you are now have more than 70,000 alumni family members across the globe. So as you look around you today, these are your newest brothers and sisters. So I'm assuming that your Facebook friends will, grow in size. As alumni, we hope that you will stay involved with UNB. There are many ways to do that. Faculties have advisory boards. We have a dedicated board of governors, active alumni and alumni councils, and chapters in many locations. Remember, as a UNB family member, and as families do, we want you to come back to your UNB home for a visit as often as you can. Homecoming is a wonderful way to do that. And this year, our homecoming is scheduled from September 25th to the 28th, and I hope many of you will be joining us for that. Another hope that we have for you is that you will share your time and talents in your communities. Share good news stories about UNB and the amazing opportunities it provides. Leave room to dream. Believe in the power of the possible and the absolute importance of making a positive difference wherever you are. As Canadian Olympic gold medalist Lori-Ann Minzer said, nothing is impossible. It's what you decide your limits are. Be proud, be passionate UNB grads, and above all, as Oscar Wilde said, be yourself because everybody else is taken. Congratulations and welcome to the UNB alumni.
Thank you, Karen. Again, this year, the graduating class has asked that the valedictory be presented at Encaenia. The valedictorian for this ceremony is Megan McMaster of St. Martin's, New Brunswick, who received a Juris Doctor degree today. Megan, I invite you to deliver the valedictory address.
Your Honor, Mr. Chancellor, members of the Board of Governors, Mr. President, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and of course, my fellow graduates. To begin, I want to express what an incredible honor it is to address such a distinguished group of individuals and to say congratulations to my fellow graduates today. It is an incredible privilege to be standing before you. On behalf of the class of 2014, I would like to take a moment to thank the friends, family members, and loved ones who have helped us all get to this point in our academic careers. Today would not have been possible without you. I will admit something to you all today. This speech was much more difficult to write than I had first anticipated. Most of you here do not know me, but I will tell you this. Having something to say is typically not an issue for me. What can I say to a group of graduates from different faculties and different walks of life? For some of you, this is the first degree of many. For others, this is where the academic road ends and the professional one begins. But I quickly realized that there was something we all shared. We have all been changed in one way or another, whether we realize it or not, by our time at this university. I began to think about what I had learned during my 7 years at UNB. I thought about what this university and its professors, support staff, and our fellow students had taught all of us. Not just in a classroom and through lectures, but through the experiences this institution provides and the values it instills. The message I took away was this: we must all strive to achieve our own version of success in life and not someone else's. Our lives are our own, and we must forge our own path. This message is what makes UNB unique. This university is not just bricks and mortar. It is not just a place where programs are offered and degrees are given. It is much more. It is a place where we have learned that being true to ourselves, being authentic, and daring to do what makes us happy are most important. However, at times, this will be the most challenging thing we ever tackle in life. Steve Jobs once said, "Have the courage to follow your heart and intuition. They somehow already know what you truly want to become. Everything else is secondary." As graduates today, I hope this quote resonates with us all. They are simple words, and the phrase, "follow your heart," is nothing you haven't heard before. But I believe this piece of advice is one that can often be the hardest to follow. Often the simplest advice usually is. Following this advice is scary. It is difficult, but it is so important. Often we can get caught up in what others are doing and achieving in their lives. We ignore what our heart wants and what our gut is telling us and change course. It can be easy to lose sight of who we are and what makes us unique. Instead of embracing what makes us different, we shy away and view it as a roadblock to success. Success will not always mean winning or coming first. It will not always mean getting accepted into a program or getting that perfect job. UNB has taught me that being truly successful means that when things get hard, when pressures mount, and life throws curveballs, we discover our potential, we dare to be wise, and we hold on tight to who we are and what we want out of life. There is no way to know where your life will take you after you walk across this stage today. No way to know what path you will go down. There will be triumphs and there will be setbacks. It will take courage and strength to remember who you are and how you define success. Rely on the knowledge and values that UNB has imparted on us to ensure that throughout your life, you are always staying true to your passions and dreams. Now, it's at this point in writing my speech that nostalgia took over and it hit me like a ton of bricks. This is over. This chapter in our lives is coming to a close, and we must look forward. Today is a day of celebration, the result of a lot of hard work, dedication, and perseverance. I hope you all reflect on your time here as I do, with great pride for the accomplishments we have made individually and as a community, with jubilation at the stories you will tell for years to come, with gratitude for the many lifelong friendships you have made, and with a bit of sorrow at what you are leaving behind, for being sad to leave something truly means it was worthwhile doing. So class of 2014, be strong, be brave, be courageous, take risks, and forge your own path in life. But through it all, follow your heart and intuition and stay true to your version of success. As Mr. Jobs said, everything else is secondary. Thank you, class of 2014, and congratulations.
Thank you, Megan. On behalf of the Chancellor, the Board of Governors, the Senate, the faculty, and indeed the entire university community, I extend to all who have received their degrees here today our most sincere congratulations on your achievement and our very best wishes for your future. A special thank you to the St. John String Quartet, David Adams, Danny Sametz, Christopher Buckley, Sonia Adams, as well as trumpeter Robert Dutton for providing the music for this, our 185th Encaenia. Thank you. I would also like to thank all of those who have assisted with the arrangements for this Encaenia. There's a small army of people who work very hard to make sure this is a special day for you. At the conclusion of this ceremony, everyone is cordially invited to attend an Encaenia tea in McConnell Hall, the building just across the street from this building. The associated alumni will be selling diploma frames at the tea, and in McConnell Hall, there's a booth been set up for you to capture some more memories with your family and your friends. At this moment in the ceremony, I'd like you to ask the graduates to pause for a minute and think about all of those who've assisted you to be here in this day. Some of them couldn't be here today for various reasons, but many of them are here in the stands. Please stand up and give them a round of applause as you think of them. Please be seated. I want to take a moment here at the end of our ceremony to acknowledge our Lieutenant Governor. When I first came here 5 years ago, one of the first formal occasions that I had to participate in the life of my new province was the installation of the Lieutenant Governor on the grounds of Government House. It was a day in which there were many First Nations people gathered to be a part of that ceremony. And for me, there was a palpable sense of joy and celebration in the air as Graydon Nicholas assumed his office, made a really big and positive impression on me of this wonderful place. I have to acknowledge that Graydon has been an enormously strong supporter of education in New Brunswick throughout his term in office, attending every possible event at every possible educational institute in the province, all over the place. He's been a wonderful supporter. This is, in fact, the last ceremony in which he will be able to participate here at the University of New Brunswick. I wonder if we could acknowledge his terrific service to the people of New Brunswick. Thank you, sir. It is now my great pleasure to invite Megan Jago, who received her Juris Doctoris degree this morning, to come up onto the platform and lead us in the singing of O Canada. I would ask that everyone please rise and remain standing in your places until the academic procession has retired. Megan.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land.
that you might even have a little bit of an obligation to do just that. Today, graduates, today is your day. Enjoy it, savor it. You deserve every minute of it, but tomorrow, let's get going. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Chancellor McCain. At this time, I want to draw your attention to page 16 of the program. The medals listed will be presented during our Encaenia ceremonies. All other medals and prizes appear below the recipient's name in the graduation list. These medals and prizes will be presented at a faculty awards ceremony or can be picked up at the Financial Services Ottawa office in the IUC building. On behalf of the entire university community, may I congratulate all of the recipients, and let me express our hope that they will always maintain the high standards that they have demonstrated in qualifying for these awards. I would now ask our Vice President at Fredericton Academic, Tony Secco, to assist Chancellor McCain with the presentation of medals.
Through the generosity of His Honour the Lieutenant Governor, a silver medal is awarded each spring to the outstanding graduating student in each of the faculties on the Fredericton campus. At this ceremony, we will present the medals in engineering, forestry and environmental management, and computer science. I would ask each recipient to come forward as your name is called to receive the medal from the Chancellor. The Lieutenant Governor's silver medal in engineering is awarded to Gleb Andreevich Egorov. Lieutenant Governor's Silver Medal in Forestry and Environmental Management is awarded to Sean Michael Lamb. The Lieutenant Governor's Silver Medal in Computer Science is awarded to Nicholas Joseph Leonard Hebert.
At this time, we will confer the honorary rank of Professor Emeritus or Professor Emerita. The candidates will be presented by the Vice President, Fredericton Academic. Tony.
The Professor Emeritus distinction is awarded only to retired faculty members. Criteria for the honorary rank include teaching performance of exceptional merit, extensive research, publication of unusually high quality, creative contributions to the administration and development of the university, and a record of professional conduct that indicates fair and ethical treatment of students and other members of the academic community. Candidates must be approved by the university's Board of Governors. It is my pleasure to invite Dr. Joseph Horton to stand. Joseph Horton to be Professor Emeritus in Computer Science. A very short time after coming to UNB, Joseph Horton demonstrated that his contributions to the university and the field of mathematics and computer science would be significant and long-lasting. Dr. Horton joined UNB's Faculty of Computer Science in 1981. During his 30-plus years at UNB, he was recognized numerous times for his research and teaching accomplishments, including receiving a UNB Merit Award and being honored by IBM Canada as a pioneer of Canadian computing. Dr. Horton's most famous mathematical result, known as the Horton set, was the construction of an infinite set of points in the plane that disproved a 40-year-old conjecture. Throughout his career, Dr. Horton has published more than 30 articles in refereed journals. He held a Natural Science and Engineering Research Council Operating and Discovery Grant for 29 years, longer than any other grant holder in the Faculty of Computer Science. As an educator, Dr. Horton made every effort to ensure his students understood their course material and was truly concerned about their progress and their intellectual growth. For his dedication and mentorship, he was awarded the 2012 Computer Science Teaching Award by his undergraduate students. Dr. Horton had a full and productive career at UNB. He was part of a very talented and dedicated group of people who helped put in place the foundations that have made the Faculty of Computer Science what it is today. Insignissime praeses, amplissime cancellari, tota universitas, commenda vobis Josephum Horton, ut conferatus honoris causa titulum professoris emeriti in hac universitate.
Ego confero tibi, Joseph Horton, ab munera tua huic universitati, diu et insignitur explita titulum ac statum professoris emeriti in universitati Novi Brunswick.
I would now like to invite Dr. Susan Nichols to stand. Dr. Susan Nichols to be Professor Emerita in Geodesy and Geomatics Engineering. As an expert in land administration, gender rights and access to land, Aboriginal and First Nations ownership rights, maritime policy and marine boundary delimitation, and land registry reform, Susan Nichols' contribution to UNB's Center for Property Studies have been invaluable. Throughout her long career at UNB, Dr. Nichols' drive, intelligence, passion, and commitment to the university has earned her a number of awards and promotions. A UNB alumna, Dr. Nichols began teaching at UNB in 1980 and has held several administrative positions in the Faculty of Engineering, including Director of Graduate Studies in Geodesy and Geomatics Engineering. During her career at UNB, Dr. Nichols received over 50 research grants, contracts, and awards. She has been invited to speak at conferences on 5 continents and has authored or co-authored more than 100 publications. She developed and taught undergraduate and postgraduate courses in land administration and cartography, and has supervised 5 PhD students, 21 master's students, and more than 75 senior undergraduate reports and theses. She chaired the Engineering Faculty Graduate Committee for close to 10 years, and served on other UNB and professional committees. Her expertise in land administration systems and user requirements was recognized and sought by the United Nations, the World Bank, and other international development organizations, and she brought several important international training programs in land administration to UNB. Dr. Nichols was the first female president of the Canadian Institute of Geomatics and is the past chair of the Canadian National Committee for the International Federation of Surveyors. Insignissime praeses, amplissime cancellari, tota universitas, commenda vobis Susanam Nichols, ut conferatus honoris causa titulum professoris emeriti in hac universitate.
Ego confero tibi, Susanna Nichols, ab munera tua huic universitati Dio, et insignitur explita titulum ac statum professoris emeriti in universitati Novi Brunswick.
Bradford Nickerson, I invite you to please stand. Bradford Nickerson to be Professor Emeritus in Computer Science. Through his outstanding commitment, leadership, and mentorship, Brad Nickerson helped shape UNB's Faculty of Computer Science and contribute to its national reputation for outstanding research and teaching. Just after obtaining his PhD in 1987, Dr. Nickerson was appointed assistant professor in the Faculty of Computer Science and established UNB's Information Technology Center, which has acted as a bridge between the information and communication technology industry and computer science education and research occurring at UNB. He also founded the Faculty of Computer Science Research Expo, first held in June 2004. He has served as chair of the Faculty of Computer Science Recruitment Committee and coordinator of the Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering program. A responsible leader, a rigorous scholar, and a respectable mentor, Dr. Nickerson received the UNB Merit Award twice and was awarded the Computer Science Excellence in Teaching Award by students in the faculty. During his time at UNB, Dr. Nickerson has supervised 45 graduate students, 53 undergraduate students, and served as chair or member of 104 UNB master's and PhD thesis examining boards and served as an external examiner on several theses. He has received 101 research grants, contracts, and awards totaling more than $3 million. Dr. Nickerson values collaboration. He spearheaded the successful 2002 Atlantic Innovation Fund proposal and has worked with UNB researchers in a number of faculties throughout his career. He has authored or co-authored 19 journal publications, 43 papers and refereed conferences, 64 non-refereed papers and posters, and 106 technical reports. In 2007, Dr. Nickerson was awarded a Harrison McCain Foundation Visitorship Award to support 1 year as a visiting professor to Aarhus University in Denmark. In his retirement, Dr. Nickerson remains actively involved in research and continues to supervise graduate students at UNB. Insignissime praeses, amplissime cancelari, tota universitas, commenda vobis Bradford Nickerson, udei conferatus, honoris causa, titulum professoris emeriti in hac universitate.
Ego confero tibi, Bradford Nickerson, ob manera tua huic universitati dio et insignitur explita titulum ac statum professoris emeriti in universitati Novi Brunswick.
Ian Smith, I invite you to please stand. Ian Smith to be Professor Emeritus in Forestry and Environmental Management. During his academic career, Ian Smith was known throughout the Faculty of Forestry and Environmental Management as a valued scholar and mentor to students and faculty alike. He began his career at UNB in 1986 as an assistant professor of structural engineering. In 1988, he was the director of the Wood Science and Technology Center. From 2004 to 2012, he held the distinction of University Research Scholar, and in 2004-2005 was acting dean of the Faculty of Forestry and Environmental Management. Dr. Smith has supervised 10 postdoctoral fellows, 11 UNB PhD students, 6 non-UNB PhD students, and 13 master's students. Dr. Smith is one of the most prolific publishers of research papers and reports in the faculty. Over the course of his career, he has published 2 books and more than 250 research articles on topics related to timber engineering, the vast majority of which were co-authored with his students. Recognized as the leading expert worldwide on timber connections, his research results have been included in timber design codes in Canada, US, Europe, and the UK. His publicly funded individual research grants and contracts at UNB have totaled $2.2 million to date. In addition to his academic work, Dr. Smith is a fellow of 6 national and international professional bodies, including the Institution of Civil Engineers in the United Kingdom, the American Society of Civil Engineers, and the International Association for Bridge and Structural Engineering, just to name a few. In 2003, he was awarded the prestigious J. James R. Crowe Medal for the American Society of Civil Engineers. This award is among the most prestigious honors bestowed on civil engineers and is given in recognition of an outstanding paper published in any of the Society's 30 journals. Insignissime praeses, Amplissime cancelari, tota universitas, commendo vobis Ian Smith ut conferatus honoris causa, titulum professoris emeriti in hac universitate.
Ego confero tibi, Ian Smith, ad munera tua huic universitati dio et signature explicita, titulum ac statum professoris emeriti in universitati Novi Brunswicki. We will now proceed to the conferring of an honorary degree, or two. The recipients will be presented by orator Dr. Jane Fritz.
David and Wendy Betts to be Doctors of Letters. David Betts arrived at UNB in 1954 to study electrical engineering. Having graduated from a three-room schoolhouse in rural Millerton, New Brunswick, son of a farmer. Wendy Tidmarsh arrived at UNB in 1959 to pursue an arts degree, having graduated from a private girls' school in Montreal, the daughter of a physician. Two very different backgrounds, no overlapping time at UNB. But while they were at UNB, they were both very involved in campus and residence activities. And when they graduated and started their new lives, they took with them their love of their time at UNB. Wendy returned to Montreal, where she worked in clinical diagnostics. As it happened, Dave was also in Montreal, where he had started his career as an engineer with Bell Telephone. Two enthusiastic UNB alumni, they met when they both volunteered to help organize a UNB alumni function in Montreal. Their love of UNB brought them together. Dave's professional focus gradually shifted from engineering practice to business, and in 1967, he and Wendy moved to London, Ontario, where he completed an MBA at the University of Western Ontario. Armed with his MBA, he moved into corporate finance, first in Toronto and then settling for good in Calgary in 1978, gaining his CFA designation along the way. In 1990, Dave left his position as a vice president and director of RBC Dominion Securities to start his own consulting firm. His firm, Dave Bett Consulting, offered highly regarded financial consulting services to the oil and gas industry, primarily to those smaller companies not well served by the large national firms. Although he has been retired from full-time involvement in business activity for the past 10 years, he has remained involved in many ways, including terms on the board of the Alberta Securities Commission and on the disciplinary committee for the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Alberta, for which he was awarded a Distinguished Service Award. Along with her own work and raising their family, Wendy Betts has made a significant contribution to animal welfare. At the end of her term on the board of directors of the Calgary Humane Society, she founded an organization called PALS, for the Pet Access League Society, that administers a popular and important program known as Pets Visiting People in Long-Term Care Facilities, serving as its president for 10 years. Dave and Wendy both grew up in homes that valued education. They attribute much of the success they've had in life to education. As a child, Dave's parents, who sacrificed to ensure that he and his brothers had the education they had missed, instilled in him the value of hard work and education. As a student in his small rural school, a dedicated teacher, Aletha Wilbur, was influential in nurturing his aspiration for further study. Attending UNB as a Beaverbrook Scholar, Dave had an early introduction to a famous fellow Mayor Mashiach, Lord Beaverbrook, and his commitment to helping shape future leaders. And as a member of the group of young scholars mentored by Lord Beaverbrook and those Beaverbrook scholars who had preceded Dave, he was introduced early to the concept of paying it forward. It is with this background that Dave and Wendy Betts have chosen to direct a significant amount of their philanthropy to providing educational opportunities to New Brunswick students who otherwise might not have had the chance to pursue their dreams and become future leaders themselves. Along with previous generous donations to UNB and other charitable organizations, David and Wendy have established the Betts Wilbur Memorial Scholarships in memory of his parents and the teacher who had such an impact on him, Miss Wilbur. What an amazing tribute. These significant renewable scholarships offered to students with strong academic records and demonstrated financial need are valued at $7,000 per year. There are currently 10 Betts Wilbur Scholarship recipients at UNB benefiting from their remarkable generosity. In the past 7 years, Dave and Wendy have built their scholarship endowment to $2.4 million, the largest undergraduate endowment by any living alumnus. Dave and Wendy Betts' actions are a testament to their belief in the value of education, their dedication to the University of New Brunswick, and their outstanding support of New Brunswick students. Their accomplishments and contributions make them most deserving of the designation of Doctors of Letters. Insignissime praeses, amplissime cancelare, tota universitas, presente vobis, David Betts et Wendy Betts, ut admentator honoris causa, ad gratum doctoris in litteris in hoc universitates.
Ego admito vos, David Betts et Wendy Betts, honoris causa, ad gratum doctoris in litteris in universitati Novi Brunswick. It is now my privilege and a great pleasure to invite Dr. David and Dr. Wendy Betts to address this Encaenia.
In 1945, this is not going to be a chronology from then to here, so please relax. In 1945, just before the end of the war, Harry Truman became the President of the United States. On the early death, I could say, of President Roosevelt. Soon after, he was addressing the Senate. He said, "I have two things to say to you. First of all, I will work very hard to meet your expectations. My second message is adjust your expectations." I was deeply honored when Dr. Campbell approached Wendy and me and indicated his wish that UNB would recognize our contribution to this university. We were delighted that the Betts Wilbur Memorial Scholarship that we created was considered to be so meaningful. The scholarship recognizes three very important people in my life: my very hard-working parents, Audrey and Leroy, and my high school teacher and mentor, Miss Eighty-fith Wilbur. My parents provided the incentive for their three boys to get a better education than they had had. We were raised on a very small farm in Millerton. With my parents' drive, support, and encouragement, all three sons were encouraged to go to university in spite of the financial hardship at those times. Now, a few words about Miss Wilbur. Our high school teacher, Miss Wilbur, was the principal, and I want you to listen to this. 3-room rural school in Millerton. She taught 4 high school grades, all subjects, an unheard of challenge and accomplishment today. She encouraged us, and she instilled in us the confidence that we could go on to university. Thanks to her personal attention, again, in off hours, I earned the Beaverbrook Scholarship, which made university attendance much easier. Miss Wilbur was her own person. She was very quiet, she was reserved, and she loved to listen to classical music. This quiet demeanor was, however, a little bit deceptive. Order and discipline were the secrets of her success in the classroom. She was a strict lady. On one more memorable occasion, as an example, a big kid acted up in class, and we're talking about high school boys here, farm boys. You have to picture this. Miss Wilbur, 5'5" of her, maybe 130 pounds of her, marching between the desks, fire in her eyes, grabbing this 6', 190-pounder or so by the shoulders and shaking him like a rag doll. I wish you could have seen the stricken look on his face. She never had any problem with us. In short, it's thanks to all of the encouragement that I am standing on this podium today. The Betts Wilbur Scholarship is in their memory. Now, the engineering training I received here has been absolutely invaluable. I practiced engineering for 8 years before I moved on to an MBA and a career in finance. I used the engineering extensively, very extensively, throughout my career and continue to do so today. The background helped me to understand and appreciate the technical elements of the businesses that I was responsible for as a financial analyst and in corporate finance.
My early experiences differ from Dave's. As was previously indicated, I was raised in Montreal, where English-speaking families sent their children to private school whenever possible. These schools prepared students for a post-secondary education. They were strict and had high standards. I attended a girls' school only for 12 years. For my post-secondary education, I wanted to follow in my family's footsteps and study medicine. But my dad did not want me to pursue this dream because, in his opinion, medicine was not a suitable career for women. Such was the case in those days. However, he strongly encouraged me to choose a university that offered me a well-rounded education, and UNB fit the bill. It allowed me to take both sciences and arts courses, and upon graduation, I was capable of meeting the demands of a career in medical technology. I felt completely at home upon arrival in Fredericton, and to this day, I still do. Compared to now, UNB was small. The Brunswick headline, "We are now 1,000, was what everybody celebrated upon arrival, 1,000. After spending 12 years with girls, you can imagine my amazement to learn there were 10 guys to 1 girl. How times have changed. UNB offered me so many opportunities to become involved in extracurricular activities, which gave me the self-confidence along with organizational and leadership skills. That and my life experiences at UNB stood me in good stead. I am most grateful for the opportunity to attend this remarkable institution. Remember, I was an out-of-town province student who would probably and did leave the province after graduation. I was aware that New Brunswick had, in part, supported me, and I wanted to give back someday. Obviously, I enthusiastically supported Dave when he shared his thoughts with me about establishing a scholarship for New Brunswick high school students at UNB, students who otherwise would not be able to benefit from a post-secondary education due to financial restrictions. Never in my wildest imagination did I ever expect to be standing here today. Like Dave, I feel very honored that my alma mater would honor me in this way. Thank you so much.
When I got to a position in life where I could give back, I really wanted my contribution to be where I personally could see results. I therefore made education my choice, and what better place than my home province of New Brunswick and the university where I got my start. I was fortunate to have been very successful in the field of finance, and I wanted to give back in support of others who, as Wendy just said, in the absence of financial assistance, might be denied a university education. We determined that the Betts Wilbur Memorial Scholarship would accomplish that goal and would be directed to the faculties of engineering and science. This was a natural focus for me since my late brother John graduated in science in 1953, my younger brother Don in civil in 60, and I'm a member of the electrical engineering class of 59. I believe Jane also already indicated that there are currently 10 students under the scholarship, 6 men and 4 women. It will be a very proud day when I see the scholarship recipients walk across this stage, and that day is coming. In fact, the first one will graduate tomorrow on the St. John campus. You can't imagine the satisfaction that we enjoy from the letters of gratitude we receive from our students, thanking us for the scholarship and the opportunity that it afforded.
I'd like to read from one such letter written by one of the female recipients. Quote, "The Betts Wilbur Memorial Scholarship has been a tremendous help to me again this year. It has facilitated my transition into university life in another city by allowing me to focus on my studies and take advantage of time with friends and family and extracurricular activities without having to worry about the money needed to attend university." End of quote.
We hope that when all of you leave UNB with your degree, you will take with you many, many fond memories of this institution and what it has given to you, your education, your friends, classmates, professors, and memories of Fredericton.
We hope that you never forget that the education you received here gave you the start to a world of opportunities and a wonderful and rewarding career. I hope you will, like Dave and me, leave part of your heart here at UNB.
Congratulations to all of you. We congratulate you on your current achievement and the best wishes for a long and satisfying career wherever the engineering, forestry, or computer science background that you achieved from your UNB education may take you. Thank you and very best wishes.
Thank you, David and Wendy, for many reasons, perhaps the most important of which is your support for our students. Thank you. We will now proceed to the conferring of degrees in course. May I extend to all of you who will graduate here today, on behalf of the entire university community, our warmest congratulations. When you first came here as a student, you became a member of the UNB family. And today, representatives of that family have gathered here today, faculty, staff, friends, colleagues, family, to share in your pride in reaching this important milestone in your life. We are here today to recognize your hard work and your sacrifice, and we are here today to wish you all the success and happiness in the future. We hope that you will always value what you have learned here at the University of New Brunswick, and that you will remember your alma mater with fondness and affection. As each of you receives your degree today, you will be presented with a University of New Brunswick alumni pin by the UNB Associated Alumni. This part of our ceremony will begin with the bachelor's degrees, to be followed by the master's and doctoral degrees. Candidates for the bachelor's degree will be presented by the University Orator.
The bachelor's degrees of Science and Engineering, Geomatics, Science and Forestry, Science and Forest Engineering, Science and Environment and Natural Resources, Computer Science, Information Systems, and Science and Software Engineering. Candidates will remain seated for the supplication. Insignissime praeses, implicime cancelari, supplicant senatui, ehuic venerabili, collegio gudimatorum, he baccalaureae vel scalares in facultate ingeniaria, something like that, in facultate silviculturae, a rerum naturalium corandarium, in facultate rerum computandarum, quorum nomina ad studia eam rete cognita sunt e problemata ut admittantur ad proprium baccalaureae gradum in sua quisque facultate.
Placetni vobis senatores, placetni gubernatores, ut he supplicatores admittantur.
The supplicants for all the bachelor's degrees will now stand for presentation by the orator and admission by the president. Insignissime praeses, implicime cancelari, totu universitas, presenta vobis hosce supplicantores in supra dictes facultatibus ut admittantur ad proprium baccalaureae gradum in sua quisque facultate, tescorque illos, quoad omnia qua statuta nostras requerent aptos et idonius es.
Ego admitto vos ad gradum baccalaureae in Universitati Novi Brunswicki.
You will now proceed in your assigned order onto the dais for individual acceptance. The Dean of Engineering, Dr. David Coleman, will present the Bachelor of Science in Engineering and Bachelor of Geomatics diplomas. Bachelor of Science in Engineering. Peter James Adamson. Ahmed Ali Altair. Florence Marie-José Allaire. Tyler James Ellison. Alexander Thomas Billier. Martin Andre Boisonneau. David Cody Bradley. Erica Liv Brown. Walker Graham Brown. Matthew Michael Como. Jeffrey Thomas Crabb. Jillian Grace DeMerchant. Jordan Alexander Dwaron. Gleb Andreevich Agorov. Thomas William Elliott. Erin Elizabeth Ferguson. Ashley Lauren Galbraith. Melissa Catherine Gallant. Victoria Betty Godzo. William Cormac Goodfellow. Seamus Mackenzie Guest. Thomas James Guyette. Dawa Gelson. Lionel Thomas Crother Hayter. Caitlin Elizabeth Hazard. Gregory James Healy. Danielle Patricia Hillier. Catherine Joseph Isaka. Laura Emily Kerr. Tarek Hatem Musa Kamash. Kyle Patrick James Kilbride. Scott Michael Kilbride. Danielle Donghee Aram Kim. James Robert LaFrance. Mark William Levin. Andrew Michael LeBlanc. Philippe Gilbert Leger. Calvin David McCauley. Erin Elizabeth McDougall. Carly Victoria McEachran. Carol Ann Shirley Meraz. James Andrew Murphy. George Garrett Nelson. Travis Weston Proser. Jenna Lee Raymond. Kyle Allen Rogers. Monkey. Andres Fernando Rosero Monge. Matthew Wayne Seeley. Travis Michael James Shaysgreen. Scott Frederick Shreenan. Bonnie Caitlin McKernan Sim. Jonah Gregoire Tremblay. Paul William Wentworth. Jackson Wen Xuan Wo. Katie Eden Wright. David Abubakar. James Michael David Adams. Sabir Ahmed. Mohammed Sami Abdul-Qadir. Azam Ali Saad Agmadi. Hamdi. Mohammed Omar Saad Al-Hamdi. Abdullah Saad El-Harbi. Abdurrahman Faisal Habdi. Abdul Salam Mushabab Hakaptani. Brant Wesley Allen. Gregory Michael Armstrong. Badar Ibrahim Isiri. Saveta Atif. Jeremy Robert Bailmans. John Leo Bennery. Daniel Nicholas Bernardi. Ryan Glenn Billard. Michael Andrew Billings. Jessica Caitlin Bishop. Brittany Megan Blanchard. Joseph Michael Bridson. Leonardo Andres Camayo Veloso. Tristan Caron Levesque. James Robert Carville. Frederick Chia Terway. Wanshi Chen. Harrison Ernest Clark. Andrew Blair Cormier. Tyler Michael Cormier. Sheldon Kyle Coulter. Kimberly Renee Couturier. Francis Alexander Daig Long. Usama Mohammed Dahimi. Jacob Thomas DeLille. Glenn Andrew Doyle. Patrick Donald Drake. Andrew Michael Drisdell. Renee Michelle Dubé. Brett Robert Ferguson. Mark Anthony Fleming. Robert Lee Fulkins. Stephen Paul Forrester. Keelan Kingsley Joseph Gagnon. Drew Tyler Garnett. Derek Murray Gates. Jason Charles Genot. Christopher Neil Gibson. Thomas William Gillis. Kyle Vance Glencross. Michael Paul Graham. Jean-Luc David Gandon. Dylan Finley Gullison. Yena Debeba Helu Wandafresh. Mohammed Fahmy Halim. Hafiz Hasan Henry Hamden. Colleen Logan Hugh. Kristen Elizabeth Hussey. Frederick Gordon J. Oladimiji Francis Jinadu. Bria Ann Johnston. Natalie Joelle Laflamme Jones. Mohammed Kamel Ezral Kamarul Baharin. Andrew Thomas Kelly. Emmett Kenneth Ketchum. Michael David Kilfoyle. Yeowan Koch. Adam Peter Laird. Philip Robert Larley. Eric Normand Levesque. Gregory Michael McDonald. Mark Patrick McNevin. Ghislaine Shikara Maye. Emily May Martin. Robert Gerald McCarthy. Alexander John McDonald. Joshua Kyle McGinnis. Myron Kenneth McLaughlin. Joel Richard Michaud. Nikola Milotovich. Majevich. Sorry. Milotovich. Screwed that one up. Lance Jordan Mills. Zayafik Mohammed Shahrizal. Bradley Joseph O'Hearn. Benjamin James Morin. Bismarck Owasu. Marie Danielle Paradis. Nicholas Earl Clifford Parrott. Nicholas Gordon Phelan. George Malcolm Graham Powell. Faison Kudus. Mitra Redmonish. Cody William Reynolds. Kaylin Elizabeth Richardson. Leroy Cleston Rodriguez. Benjamin Paul Rondel. John Emerson Rowe. Michael George Roy. Morena Saberwal. Bruce Edward Scott. Camogelo William Silbeo. Taylor John Edward Seeley. Jamie Mark Shannon. Hesham Adam Shata. Pendar Soleimani. Catherine McDonald Saunier. Peter Michael Spinney. Ryan John Steves. Danielle Rochelle Sullivan. Xiun Tan. Rachel Ann Van Wart. Matthew Kevin Vance. Jeffrey Alexander Walker. James Anthony Walton. Nancy Jean Ward. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Science in Engineering degree. The Dean of Forestry and Environmental Management, Dr. Van Lance, will present the Bachelor of Science in Forestry and Bachelor of Science in Environment and Natural Resources diplomas. Bachelor of Science in Forestry. Sean Michael Lamb. Michael Jeffrey Hutchinson. Alicia Lavinia Fennings. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Science in Forestry degree. Wayne Taylor. Oh. He gave me in the wrong order. I think those were in the wrong order. I think Wayne was the last of the science in forestry. And now we have this one. Okay. Bachelor of Science in Environment and in Natural Resources. Justin Thomas Bezanson Byatt. Spencer Durkia Flynn. Holly Amber Blackhair. Amanda Nicole Fortune. Logan Robert Keown. Scott William Lambert Saunders. Shannon Ellis Adams. Alexandria Bailey Armstrong. Monica Marie Donna Boudreau. Matthew Reginald Felix. Nicholas William Alexis Legier. Jenna Evelyn Macquarie. Emily Ann Owens. Courtney Marie Thompson. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Science in Environment and Natural Resources degree. The Dean of Computer Science, Dr. Ali Gorbani, will present the Bachelor of Computer Science and Bachelor of Information Systems diplomas. Bachelor of Computer Science with honors. Alexander Robert Roscoe. Bachelor of Computer Science. Marc Antoine Gosselin Levine. Nicholas Joseph Leonard Hebert. Logan Joseph Marks. Joel Sean Murray. Nicholas Colby Polchis. Robin Patricia Schriver. Amy Yoonjun Seo. Curtis Michael Bowman Smith. Matthew Mark Daniel O'Coin. Patrick John Chamberlain. Brian Joseph Hansen. Celine Isip. Tusif Mahmood. Trevor Dustin Kirk Nelson. Judith Faye Page. Logan Gerald Perel. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Computer Science degree. Bachelor of Information Systems, Emily Jean Golding. Eric Daniel Savoy. Ryan Orville Seaboyer. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Information Systems degree. The Dean of Engineering and the Dean of Computer Science will present the Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering diplomas. Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering. Michael James Stewart. Evan Miles Ricker. Scott Edward Samara. Ryan Robert Wark. This concludes the granting of the Bachelor of Science in Software Engineering degree.
I believe this concludes the granting of our bachelor's degrees. Let's have a round of applause for these graduates. There's a lot of happiness in this room at the moment, maybe a little relief as well. We shall now confer the master's degrees in course. The candidates will be presented by the Dean of Graduate Studies, Dr. Edmund Biden.
The master's degrees of Science and Engineering, Engineering, Science and Forestry, Forestry, Science and Forest Engineering, Environmental Management, and Computer Science. Candidates will remain seated for the supplication. Insignissime praeses, implicime cancellare, supplicant senatui et huic venerabili collegio gubernatorum, he baccalaureae vel scholares in facultate ingenieria, in facultate silviculturae e rerum naturalium curandarum, in facultate rerum computandarum, quorum nomina ac studia iam rite cognita sunt et promulgata, ut admittantur ad proprium magistri gradum in sua quisque facultate.
Placetni vobis senatores, placetni gubernatores, uti supplicatores admittanter.
Plaquette. The supplicants for the aforesaid master's degrees will stand for presentation and admission by the President. Insignissime praeses, implicime cancellari, tota universitas, presento vobis hosca supplicatoris in superdictus facultatibus, ut admitanter ad proprium magistri gradum in sua quisque facultate, testorque ilios quoad omnia quae statuta nostra requirant aptos et idonios esse.
Ego admitto vos ad gradum magistri in Universitati Novi Brunswicki.
You will now proceed in your assigned order on to the dais for individual acceptance. The Acting Associate Dean of Graduate Studies, Dr. John Kershaw, will present the master's diplomas.
I think we just saw the class of 2033 running across there.
Thank you. Master of Science in Engineering, McGinn John Banerjee. Cody Aaron Cameron. Megan Sue Colpitz. Zhenyu Chen. Allison Elizabeth Dean. Jason Ronald Elliott. Colin Blaine Gillis. Claire Christina Horton. Abhishek Carr. Heather McGrath. Jonathan David Meehan. Saeed Ahmad Musavai. Amir Khalid Nagati. Master of Engineering, Basi James Akpan. Nojan Atari. Fatuma Bagnan Bidu. Yao Chen. Human Fahande Sadi. Miles Trevor Goff. Prathamesh Kumthakar. Toyin Owalabi. Robert James Snell. Carl Marinas Tebow. Jacqueline Nicole Valdron. Xiaofei Wang. Zhaowei Xu. Travis Christopher Young. Maria Zani. Master of Science in Forestry, Douglas Hiltz. Amanda Courtney Smith. Danielle Lee Smith. Master of Computer Science, Ezra Hassan Jawad Al-Wakal. Ikhtar Mohammed Sharif Buyan. Dayal Deely. Jean Gao. Ning Zhu. Xingjing Li. Nasir Mahmood. Nicholas Marcus New. Panagiotis Patros. Sujan Chandra Saha. Sen Wong. Jianbo Zheng. Naveed Javed. Jeevan Reddy Kodur. Sarath Chandra Madur. Swapnil Subhash Sule. Udit Mukesh Trivedi. This concludes the granting of the master's degrees.
We shall now confer the Doctor of Philosophy degree. The candidates will be presented by Dr. Bai.
The degree Doctor of Philosophy candidates will stand for the supplication. Insignissime praeses implicime cancellari supplicant senatui et huic venerabili collegio gubernatorum Laura Louise Burgot Chavez Forestry, Louise Anna Marie Como Forestry, Frederick George Gura Electrical Engineering, Zuhan Chemical Engineering, Saranthip Kitty Risawa Chemical Engineering, Chaiwat Lurtsura Sakta Chemical Engineering, Ling Li Forest Engineering, Mir Abdul Matin Forestry, Liam Daniel Paul Electrical and Computer Engineering, Daniel Robert Rogers Electrical Engineering, Christopher David Rouse Electrical Engineering, Sajad Saidi Gorabula Electrical Engineering, Hu Tang, Geodesy and Geomatics Engineering, and Diji Zhu, Computer Science. Magistri vel baccalaureae ut ad matanter ad gradum philosophiae doctoris.
Placeti vobis senatores, placeti gubernatores, uti supplicatoris ad matanter.
Placet. The candidates for the degree Doctor of Philosophy will come forward and stand before the dais for admission. Insignissime praeses implicime cancellare toti universitas presento vobis hosca supplicatoris ut ad matanter ad gradum philosophiae doctoris. Testorque ilios quo ad omnia quae statutra nostra requirant aptos et idonios esse.
Ego admitto vos ad gradum philosophiae doctoris in Universitati Novi Brunswick.
You will now proceed in your assigned order onto the dais for individual acceptance. Laura Louise Burgot Chavez. Dr. Burgot Chavez investigated the application in satellite radar imagery for assessing moisture conditions for wildfire danger assessment. Her findings will contribute to improvements in remote monitoring for fire danger and fire behavior management. Louise Anna Marie Como Forestry. Dr. Como investigated the environmental ethics associated with environmental lifestyle practitioners Her findings will contribute to improving environmental education curricula and more effective environmental policies and behavior change programs. Frederick George Gura, Electrical Engineering. Dr. Gura has worked extensively to measure and correct magnetic fields in magnetic resonance imaging applications. His findings have permitted the investigation of material properties using MRI not previously possible and will improve the quality and reduce the duration of MRI scans. Zhu Han, Chemical Engineering. Dr. Han investigated the absorptive removal of nitrogen and sulfur from diesel fuel. Her findings will contribute to the development of absorbents for clean diesel production, which reduces environmental pollution. Surinthrip Kitty Srisawi, Chemical Engineering. Dr. Kitty Srisawi investigated surfactant delivery systems to minimize surfactant absorption into porous media during enhanced oil recovery. Her findings will contribute to surfactant flooding technology and have potential for application in the petroleum field. Ling Li, Forest Engineering. Dr. Li investigated the cupping of asymmetrical laminated densified wood products caused by moisture and temperature fluctuations. Her findings will contribute to improving the mechanical properties of low-density softwoods. Liam Daniel Paul, Electrical and Computer Engineering. Dr. Paul investigated robotics mission planning algorithms and has demonstrated results on real autonomous underwater vehicles in the field. His findings will contribute to increased efficiency and robustness for safety-critical tasks such as underwater mine hunting. Daniel Robert Rogers, Electrical Engineering. Dr. Rogers investigated a multivariable approach to muscle fatigue assessment by analysis of the muscle's electrical signals. His findings take muscle fatigue assessment closer to clinical and industrial deployment. Christopher David Rouse, Electrical Engineering. Dr. Rouse investigated both the use of directional access point antennas and the feasibility of electrically conductive paper as an alternative to copper in the design of antennas. His findings will contribute to the development of multi-input, multi-output communication systems. Sajid Saidi Garabula, Electrical Engineering. Dr. Saidi worked on perception and navigation of aerial and ground robots and improved the reliability of robotic systems. His findings will contribute to incorporating robots in our daily life and increasing their performance and efficiency. Hui Tang, Geodesy and Geomatics Engineering. Dr. Tang investigated a multisensory integration approach to improve the orientation and positioning accuracy in indoor environments. Her findings will contribute to optimizing the status acquisition of indoor objects and improve the quality of services inside buildings. Diji Zhu, Computer Science. Dr. Zhu investigated the multipath transmission schemes in wireless networks and has demonstrated significant improvement in their performance and robustness. His findings will contribute to improve the service quality for mobile users. This concludes the granting of degrees in course.
Congratulations, graduates. Please note that an English translation of your diploma has been placed inside the folder behind the parchment. In 2011, on the occasion of UNB's 225th anniversary, a new tradition was introduced, the UNB coin. I'd like to thank all those who made this possible, from the committee who worked hard to get the coin just right, to the associated alumni who made a significant financial contribution in support of the project. We hope this coin will carry your individual memories of a life-changing experience at UNB and serve as a reminder that when you combine an ambitious goal and personal dedication, you can attain anything. Maybe more importantly, let this coin be a symbol that you were, are, and will always be part of our family, the worldwide family of thousands of UNB alumni who work to better our world each and every day. We hope you hold your coin with pride. We are certainly very proud of you. We know you leave us with more knowledge, a greater sense of community, and the potential to make a significant difference in the quality of your own lives and the lives of those you touch as you take the next step in life's journey. Congratulations on a job well done, and I now invite representatives of UNB's faculty, staff, and alumni to present the 2014 UNB coin.
I will now invite Mark Bedard, President of the UNB Associated Alumni, to deliver the welcome to new alumni. Mark.
Honorary degree recipients, Dr. David and Wendy Betts, Mr. Chancellor, Mr. President, distinguished guests, family and friends of UNB, and graduates, good afternoon. It is an honor to share this special day with you and to officially welcome you to UNB's family. What an exciting day this is for you as graduates and for your family and friends. Congratulations. Today you are joining one of the oldest alumni associations in Canada, a family that began with little more than 200 graduates some 150 years ago has grown into a worldwide network of over 78,000 alumni. As we celebrate this important milestone, we are reminded that those who have helped along the way, our families, friends, and fellow alumni, many of whom you may have never met. We reflect on the legacy that has been created and on the power of new ideas and possibilities. And on the subject of legacy, I would add today that it's very interesting to note that with the engineering and forestry graduates, my father would have graduated 65 years ago with a Bachelor of Science in Forestry from UNB, and my grandfather 91 years ago with the Bachelor in Electrical Engineering. So it's UNB is a very important part of my legacy, and I look forward to seeing many of you here in the future with your children. Today you stand on the cusp of new beginnings, which will shape and influence others that come after you. You are also part of an extensive network of individuals that collectively represent UNB's greatest assets. I am hopeful that during your time here at UNB, you became cognizant of the important role alumni play in enhancing the overall student experience, whether it was support for tangible things like buying books, funding athletic programs, helping students participate in conference and study abroad programs, or alumni contributions to scholarships and bursary programs. These are all contributions that help students like you succeed. Alumni also help by mentoring students, helping them find meaningful work and co-op opportunities, and helping them prepare for their careers. Sharing their expertise and advice with the people who manage the university. Participating in UNB events and activities across the country and around the world. Encouraging others to entrust UNB with their children's education, and acting as ambassadors, helping us share UNB's story. Your impact on the world will certainly be great, but please remember that your impact on UNB, even once you leave, can be just as great. As the UNB Associated Alumni, we foster the link that keeps you informed about what is happening at UNB, providing events and activities to keep you connected with each other and to our future student body. Your involvement serves to strengthen our family, so I encourage each of you to keep in touch and stay engaged. We are looking forward to hearing about the next stages of your journey, where you end up, and the positive impact that you will have on your community and the global world. Congratulations on your success and welcome to the UNB alumni family. We are honored to have you join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Again this year, the graduating class has asked that the valedictory be presented at Encaenia. The valedictorian for this address is Gregory Armstrong of Hampton, New Brunswick, who today received his Bachelor of Science in Engineering. Mr. Armstrong, I invite you to deliver the valedictory address.
I don't know about the rest of you graduates, but the amount of times that I got this tassel in my mouth walking down here was just shameful. So bear with me if it happens again. So, members of convocation, ladies and gentlemen, and all other distinguished guests. First, I would like to say that I'm honored to have the opportunity to give the address to the graduates here today. So, class of 2014, we did it. We made it through all those boring calculus tutorials. We made it through those 3-hour-long afternoon labs, or for those of us that were so fortunate, the 8-hour-long labs. We made it through those long walks up to Tim Hortons when the headrest was closed for that constant pursuit of more caffeine. Actually, so much so was it a constant pursuit for caffeine that Thomas Guyette and I had installed a small coffee maker inside the Engineering Undergraduate Society office so we could have access to coffee 24/7. It was a good idea, Tom. We made it through those late nights working, only to do it again on wing night at the cellar. What was it that they told us? Good grades, sleep, and a social life? Pick two? We sure showed them. Our time here at UNB is a special time that we will always remember. And I hope, like me, you guys couldn't imagine doing it anywhere else. Older folks always tell us to have dreams, right from the beginning, to have insane ambitions to get us where we're going. Did any of you graduates really imagine that you'd be standing here today, graduating from your specific degree programs? I certainly did not. But the point is that we always think of big goals or dream of great things to motivate us to achieve and accomplish as much as humanly possible. But the point is that oftentimes we get too caught up focusing on the end goal. And the pursuit is the best part, not the final destination. So do not get too caught up focusing on that end goal, or you're going to miss all the best parts. Looking out amongst us graduates here today is a proud moment for ourselves and for all the great people that helped us along our way. And it certainly wasn't an individual effort. And I'm not just talking about our time here at UNB. Do you remember in grade school when your parents would sit you down and help you through your math homework or show you how to research for a project? That was during a time that all we worried about was how much longer until recess and then lunch, and can I trade my butterscotch pudding for a chocolate bar? Life was so easy. Do you remember high school, skating through without doing any homework and probably still achieving honors or high honors? Boy, did that ever change during first year. What a wake-up call that was. And imagine trying to weather the harsh reality that was first year of university without the great people that helped us along our way. I like to look at our degree program as a fast-flowing river, or as a better way to call it, the river of endless suffering, filled with nasty monsters called assignments, quizzes, group projects, and exams that tested our mental stability more than our knowledge on the subject. But once getting thrown into that river, we eventually realized that this isn't an individual struggle for survival, that our very internal instincts told us that there are strengths in numbers, that there are others just like me out there that are going through the exact same struggles. And with that, some of the greatest friendships were born. And it was those friends that helped pull each other through our degrees and our time here at university. And at this point, I have to give a shout out to Nancy and my senior design group, Kim, Tom, and Erica. Otherwise, they were going to beat me up, which wouldn't have been good. So it was these types of experiences that made our journey through university so amazing. Imagine for a moment that you didn't take this path. I hope that you have no regrets and are thankful for who you've become. So don't stop here. Keep having those brave dreams that you have and dare to pursue them with the undying ambition and tenacity within you. And look to inspire others along your way, for we are lucky, very lucky and privileged to have this education and this freedom. Pass it on, educate others, and always, always keep learning. What is our motto? Dare to be wise. Our world is a beautiful, endless canvas, and I know that each and every one of you will make significant contributions to that beautiful canvas. But be careful, though, to not get too caught up in your obligations ahead of you, and do what we never had time to do during university, and get some sleep. And enjoy our world for what it is, by taking time away from your busy lives to simply observe the beauty that surrounds us. And at this point, on behalf of the graduates here today, I'd like to give the biggest thank you to all the family members, friends, and others who helped us get us where we are today. And of course, a huge thank you to the faculty and staff that helped shape us into the University of New Brunswick graduating class of 2014. Well, friends, this river, like all rivers do, has flown into an ocean, a strange new place full of opportunity and new challenges. But through our time at UNB, we've learned the essential skills that will allow us to adapt and to prosper in it. And I'll finish off this address with a quote by Mark Twain that seemed fitting for graduation and for my metaphor comparing our path through university as a river flowing into an ocean. And Mark Twain said, 20 years from now, you'll be more disappointed by the things that you didn't do than by the ones that you did do. So throw off the bowlines, sail away from the safe harbor, catch the trade winds in your sails, explore, dream, discover. Congratulations, graduates of 2014. We did it.
Thank you, Gregory. On behalf of the Chancellor, the Board of Governors, the Senate, the faculty, the staff, the entire UNB community, I extend to all who have received their degrees here today our most sincere congratulations on your achievement and our very best wishes for the future. A special thank you to the St. John String Quartet, David Adams, Danny Sametz, Christopher Buckley, and Sonia Adams, and our trumpeter, Robert Dutton, for providing the music for this, our 185th Encaenia. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all of those who have assisted with the arrangements for this Encaenia. There's a small army of people who try to make this a special day for you. I thought I would tell you the story of our groundskeepers here at UNB on this campus. I was at a meeting up at Marshall McDavery Hall, just at the top of the hill, walking back to my office, which is towards the bottom, and there were lots of people working on the grounds, and I stopped to talk to them. And every group that I stopped to talk to had the following thing to say. They said, "We really want the campus to look great for convocation." I think they did a pretty darn good job, don't you? At the conclusion of this ceremony, everyone is cordially invited to attend an Encaenia tea in McConnell Hall, the building just across the street from here. The associated alumni will be selling diploma frames at the tea, and a photo booth has been set up in McConnell Hall for you to capture more memories with your family and your friends. At this time in the ceremony, just before we close with the anthem, I'd like to ask our graduates to consider all of those in your lives who have helped you get here to this day. Some of them are able to be with us, others are not for a variety of reasons. Please stand up and give them all a round of applause for helping you. Please be seated. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to invite Jillian DeMerchant, who received her Bachelor of Science in Engineering degree this afternoon, to lead us in the singing of O Canada. I would ask everyone to rise and remain standing in their places until the academic procession has retired. Jillian.
From far and wide, oh, can